I got you zeroed in there pretty much on the location. Now, let me ask you, how far of a drive is that for you? About 100 miles or so? Completely, yeah. Pennsylvania, from the Ohio border to New Jersey or Maryland, buddy, it's a long way across Pennsylvania, over. Roger that, Tim. Well, anyway, brother, I'm going to let you get going here. I'll be listening along a little bit. You're kind of out of time, or what is it? Oh, yeah, it's almost 20 till, so you won't be there long. But anyway, Tim, have a good day. Congratulate Miss Maya on her decision and all of that, and I hope she fares well. Of course, I think she's comes from good stock, Tim, so I'd say she'll do just fine, over. Thank you. Sure, just fine also. Roger on the 5 hours, yeah, that'll be a good drive. I wouldn't want to make a round trip in a day, but I have in my travels in the IBEW. Anyway, Tim, have yourself a great day. If you get a few minutes this evening, I hope we get to talk to you a bit on the GatorNet. Maybe we'll have a little bit better conditions, over.
Yeah, Roger. Okay, man, it's making it hard for you and me right now, so I'll say 73, over.
Roger that, 1073. Have a great day. And again, give that young lady my congratulations, and I'll talk to you when the fates allow, Tim. Kilo 3, Juliet Tango Alpha. This is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Back to you, Tim.
Yep, 73, Tim. And you have fun with your family. Something into well, you have a good one. This is P388. Room for one more. All next.
Bravo.
Lima Delta Bravo.
Good morning. Whiskey Juliet 4, Papa Bravo. I've about got to the point where I didn't think I was going to hear anybody this morning. Over. Just fine. You're weaker than usual, but you're 100% readable. Over. Well, that's all we can do, I guess. Weather here today is we started out at 41. We're supposed to go up to, I think they said about 70 today. Over. It's supposed to be clear today here, but then again, you never know what the weather's going to do. It's going to do what it wants to when it gets into these mountains around here. Over. 53 half day.
Lima Delta Bravo. Roger that. It's like a conversation you just had a moment with my buddy John down there at Cornettsville. I had to listen to John on an SDR receiver, and I've got you here, George, about 5'8". Over. Roger on that. Well, if it was easy, George, anybody would be out here and doing it. But you're sounding really good today. I'm going to be listening along, George. I'll be in and out of here, but if I can be of any assistance, give me a holler and we'll see what we can do. Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike, this is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. George, I'll be listening along. Over. Kilo November 4, Mike Uniform Foxtrot. Good morning. Well, I'm glad I've got a good signal coming in. This is KN4NUF, Gene in Huntsville, Alabama. 52 degrees, bright sunny skies. Looking forward to a great day today. We don't have too many things really planned to do. It's just I'll be in the house, of course, taking care of my wife. And in between time there, I'll probably be doing a little cleaning up of the house and that kind of stuff. And maybe get a little more car practice in or radio practice. But anyway, that's what's going on here, and I do appreciate the prayers that have been coming in from everybody, from my wife. And thank you so much for what you do to share your time with us for running the net. KN4NUF, Dr. Net, over. Thanks so much for having me in. The 73, God bless. Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike, Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Hello, George. Roger that, I will, for a fact here. Good morning, everybody. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. I'm assisting the net controller here this morning. That's Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike. And we figured that we separate the net controllers by about 300 or 400 miles. And that maybe we get a little better results on this band that is long in the tooth as my old Labrador Retriever is. Anyway, we're looking for check-ins for ECARS. Again, the call is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. And we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, and we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. I copy. I think it's Whiskey Kilo Bravo 3, Charlie Echo India. Is that it right, Ed? Roger that. I got you, Ed. I'm just trying to get your call straight this morning. Kilo Bravo 3, Charlie Echo India. Is that QSL? I don't know why I had that so screwed up, Ed. I know that like I know my own call. Let me get her in here, and we'll get this squared away. Charlie Echo India. I got you in there now, Ed. Hey, how's things up in Connecticut this morning? Over. Roger on the 1688, Ed, and things right here. Right at this moment, we got 50.5 degrees Fahrenheit, partly cloudy skies. The canopy and the leaves is pretty much all blossomed out, and with the exception of the sycamore trees, they're a little late in getting into full foliage, and naturally the walnut trees ain't come in yet. They're always the last thing to come out. But anyway, it's a beautiful day here in Southern Ohio. Over. Roger that, Ed. Thanks for checking in, and sorry about the horrendous conditions, but hey, if it was easy, anybody could do this. Over. Roger that, Ed. Have yourself a great day. Thanks for taking a moment to check in. We'll talk to you soon. George, that was Ed in Sharon, Connecticut. Whiskey Bravo 1, Charlie Echo India, 1688 on the roster. Did you get all that, George? Over. Roger that. Let me throw another one or two out there, George, and we'll see what kind of nibbles we get. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. I'm assisting George, the net controller, Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike, and we're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. All now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. I'm assisting George, the net controller. Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike. We're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. George, I thought I heard something way down in the noise, but I can't get it out on Jeff's receiver or the one in Vermont, either one. Over.
I didn't hear anyone here either, Jim, so there could be somebody, but our conditions are just cold today.
Roger that. I'll let you take a few hammers at it, and then you can send her back to me, George, and I'll do my best to be here the whole shift. Over.
Roger that. I would appreciate it. Just about an S6 right now with a lot of USB.
Roger that.
Kilo Charlie 1, Japan Uniform Delta. Thank you for picking me up this morning on ECARS. This is Kilo Charlie 1, Japan Uniform Delta. Operator Bruce in northern New Hampshire, where we have cloudy skies. It was cold last night up here, down below freezing, so we're still not into the summer yet. That'll take till June sometime, Roger.
Oh, you want to?
You're 2x3, so it's very rough, and I'm having trouble hearing most people but you, net control. I'll turn it back to you. Thanks for picking me up. Yeah, ECARS there, yes, sir, and, I'm talking on an old Geek Kit 101 right now, putting out about 140 watts to the antenna, Roger. Nope, no distortion coming in on your signal either, sir. Seventy-three.
Roger that, George. This is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the plate mill in Southern Ohio, and I'm assisting George, the net controller for ECARS, Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike, and we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. All now. Roger that. Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo, here at the clay mill, looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. All now. I copy. Whiskey 1, Papa Romeo Kilo. Jim, how's things in the great state of Connecticut this morning? Over. Whiskey 1, Papa Romeo Kilo, Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Did I lose you, Jim? Over. Roger that, Jim. You're fading in and out. We got a lot of, not only we got poor propagation, there's lots of QSD along with it, but we have got you in the book, Jim. Do you have anything else for the net before we lose the connection? Over. Okay, I think I lost Jim. George, that was Jim. Whiskey 1, Papa Romeo Kilo. He is in Southington, Connecticut. 10507 on the roster. Copy all, George. Roger that. Well, I got him in here, George. Let me try another one or two and see what happens. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, assisting George, the neck controller, Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike, and we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill assisting George out in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania, looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo, here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. George, I'm not hearing anything. I am getting into Jeff's receiver in New Jersey well, so at least I'm getting that far. Go ahead and try her a bit, George. Over.
And that's just the way it's going to be today.
Roger that. You're really light, George. For some reason, you just pretty much went clean to the basement there, but I've got you. You want me to try it again? Roger that. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. And I'm assisting George Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike, the net controller on this shift. And we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill assisting George, the normal net controller, and we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, assisting George in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania. We're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. No luck here, George. Give her a go. Over.
November. November 2, Zulu Golf, November. Okay, George, you're a little on the low side today, and I did hear your comments. It does look like the band is broke, over. job. Yeah, we'll be standing by here listening while we do some work here in the room. Send to ZGN.
Golf Whiskey Mike, Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Go ahead, George. Roger that. I'll give her a go here. And by the way, Jerry, up there, November 2 Zulu Golf November, if you can copy Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo, you were 5-9 plus here to the clay mill. Jerry, sounding good this morning. This is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the clay mill in Southern Ohio, and I'm assisting George Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All stations are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here, Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, assisting George in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania. It's Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike. We're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio, assisting George in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania, Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike. And we're looking for check-ins for ECARS. Call now. Whiskey 3, Golf Whiskey Mike. This is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. How copy, George? check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill assisting George Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike, and we're looking for check-ins. All are welcome. A call now.
Kilo 4, Uniform Echo Kilo, mobile.
I heard a mobile station. Give me your call again, please.
Kilo 4, Uniform Echo Kilo, over.
I copy Kilo 4, Uniform Echo Kilo. Is that correct? Over.
QSL, over.
Okay, let me get your name, sir, and your QTH, over.
Okay, the name is Dave, Delta Alpha Victor Echo, and my QTH is Stewart, Strath, Virginia. My ECARS number is 40399. Over.
Okay, Dave, I've got you. The ECARS number 40399. Now give me your QTH again, over.
QTH is Stewart, Strath, Virginia. Over.
Okay, let me see if I got this right. I copy your QTH is Stewartstown, Virginia. Is that a QSL?
Negative. Stewart Draft. Over.
Stewart's what?
Draft. Delta Romeo Alpha Foxtrot Tango Draft. It's an odd name, I know. Over.
Okay, let me back up and redo that. Let's see. Okay, I copy Stewart's Draft, as in Draft Beer, Virginia. Is that a QSL?
QSL, over.
Roger that. I've got you, boy. It's tough copy. But I've got you in here, Dave. Do you have anything else for the net? Over.
Negative. Band conditions are not that good, so I will hold the net. Thank you for taking my check-in. 7-3, this is K4 UEK Mobile.
Roger that, Dave. Have a safe trip wherever you're going to, and I hope I get to talk to you when conditions get a little better. George, I don't know whether you can hear me now or not, but that was Kilo 4, Uniform Echo Kilo, David Stewart, Draft, Virginia, and let's see, he is 40399 on the roster, George. Over.
everybody out there this morning. Employer JTJ. Hey, good morning there. Well, it's about like that on all the bands right there. I can't hardly hear anybody today there. I tell you, the band conditions are terrible there. Hey, I just want to jump in here on the ECARS today and say hello to y'all. Glad I can make it in there for sure there. I'll tell you, I've been struggling on some nets this morning. Hey, country hams down here. I couldn't hardly hear nobody down here this morning. And the chew up there, I could just barely hear net control on the chew there too. So I just want to say hello to you there. It's right about 55 degrees down here in Appomattox this morning. Supposed to get up to something like about 70 degrees for the high today. Sun's shining bright out there, and I tell you, it looked like it's going to be a nice day out there. And that's about it for me there. Just want to say hello there and let you get on with your net there, see if you can hear anybody else there. We'll talk to you later. Info at JTJ. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo, assisting George Whiskey 3 Golf Whiskey Mike. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill assisting George over in Wyalusing, Pennsylvania. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now. Check-ins for the East Coast Amateur Radio Service. The call here is Kilo Echo 8 Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at the Clay Mill in Southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now.
Kilo Fox 9 Hotel Sierra.
I copy Kilo Foxtrot 9 Hotel Sierra. Come on in.
Hey, good morning. Heard you in there calling. I was just scanning through. This is Randy. KF9HS in Conover, North Carolina, about 50 minutes north of Charlotte. Over.
Roger that, Randy. Boy, the band ain't much today, but you're sounding good. I've got you about 5'7" to 5'8" here in southern Ohio. I'll copy this station, over.
I have you about 5'7" to 5'8" here in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Just playing with the vintage stuff this morning. Got an old ICOM 751A on the air, and sitting here driving the little L-Craft amplifier, so good signal. I tell you, you're S8 to S9 most of the time. My noise level's about S2 or S3, so you're well up there.
Roger that. You as well are doing good on your vintage equipment. The operating conditions here is I am operating a Hermes Light. It's a QRP rig, 5 watts out. I've got an intermediate amplifier, a little micro PA50. 5 watts in gets me 50 watts out on that amplifier. And I'm driving an SB200 with about 30 watts, and I'm probably getting about 250 watts out of my SB200, over.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're driving an amp to drive an amp. Yeah, that's kind of a common thing with the little Hermes. Those are good little radios. Seeing a lot of them out there and everything. So we'll keep it around 500 watts with 30 watts to drive out of the old ICOM, over.
Roger that. Well, you're sounding good here to the clay mill in southern Ohio. You got a little bit of fade, and whenever you take a dip like that, I switch over to a SDR receiver over in New Jersey. Anyway, Randy, do you have anything else for me, over?
Nothing else. Hopefully I've got in here and stirred the pot a little bit, and maybe there'll be somebody out there just dying to get into the net, over.
Roger that, Randy. Thanks so much for checking in, and have yourself a great day, and we hope to hear you soon again back on ECARS. We're going to clear with Randy. He's in Conover, North Carolina. Let's see, we got Randy there in the log. We're going to clear with him. And George, I don't know whether you can copy me or not. That was Randy, Kilo Foxtrot 9, Hotel Sierra. Kilo Foxtrot 9, Hotel Sierra, George. Did you get a copy on that, over? All right, we're going to try her again here. Kilo Echo 8, Lima Delta Bravo. Jim here at Clay Mill in southern Ohio. We're looking for check-ins for ECARS. All are welcome. Call now.
This is N2ZGN picking up the net at 1100 hours local, and this is ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, operating on 7.255 megahertz, and this is a directed net. N2ZGN, name here is Jerry Juliet Echo Romeo Romeo Yankee, and we're located in Peru, New York, far northeast corner of the state of New York, about 30 miles south of the Canadian border along Lake Champlain. And at this time, we're going to take a standby for anybody that might have urgent traffic or schedule to keep. Call now. Nothing heard. Okay. When checking in, use your full call sign with proper phonetics, ITU or military phonetics. And let me know if you're mobile, portable, or QRP. And QRP is not going to be a good idea today. And one time only. When we get a list started, we'll run that list. Please do not try to check in while I'm running a list. I'm just going to ignore your check-in unless you have an emergency pro word in there. And if you do need to talk to somebody while I'm running a list, say contact. We'll get that facilitated as soon as possible. And if you hear somebody I don't say relay, giving me your call at the end, and I'll go to you for that relay. And let me see. I'm going to disperse with any announcements. N2ZGN looking for mobile portable QRP stations at this time. Over. Nothing heard. Okay, we'll go for stations from any area. You do not need to be a member to check in. All are welcome. The only prerequisite is general class license or higher or equivalent from another country. This is N2ZGN looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. Out of that cluster, I got K3AC, the Whiskey Bravo station. Give me your full call again. Okay, we got 8 EHS. Anybody else? Over. Oh, I got Mike Sierra. Anybody else? KWB3EHS. Dave, go ahead. Roger, Dave. Very good. Q5 signal here today, 5.5 level, and sounding good. So have a great weekend. Over. Roger, Bob, Dave, you take care. And this is N2ZGN. We're clear with WB3HS, 3EHS. And that's Dave out of Malvern, PA. Next up is K3AC. Bob, go ahead. Roger, Bob. Well, you are 5'7", and you're usually around 10 over. So, yeah, I'm running 550, same as normal. And you're correct, there is something going on upstairs. It's called no sunspots. Sunspot number today is actually 67, and that's in the 4 range. SFI is in the 4 range at 117. A is 7, K is 3, so we got a slight storm going on. And let me see. And the solar wind is 523.3 kilometers per second. That's in the yellow zone, which is marginal. So very good. We've got you in the log, and have a great weekend. Anything further? That is on, it's on a couple sites. It's on Jeff's site. It's solar HF conditions. And I get it off from another site also. I've got 3 sites I can get it from, but I've got one that's on all the time, and that's from Dave, N2MXX. He's got a little site that he has that I'm using, and that's changed. It'll change about every 15 minutes, I believe, as necessary. Over. Roger, that's a site that I picked up from N2MXX that he uses, and but the primary one that I go with is NJ2US. Go to his NJ2US.net. And he's got the solar conditions there. You can click right on that, and it's right at the bottom of his his feed for the low latency also. Roger, very good. I'm scanning 100 kc plus minus, and there are a few stations. Some come up and then they go right away, and that's all you see of them. Others are there. There's a station about I think it's about 60 kc up. Or 40 to 60 kc up, that's a shortwave station, and they run big power, and they're just barely in there today, so take care. San ZGN clear with K3AC, Bob, Yardley, PA, and we've got him in the log, and next up is going to be N2MS, and get him in here, and Mike, go ahead. Roger, Mike, I've got you 5-5 with the Zygu and good audio, so that's helping out. And it's one of those days where we're not getting good sunspot activity. So have a great weekend. Take care. N2ZGN is clear with N2MS, Mike, out of Leonardo and New Jersey, and we're looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Come now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. N2ZGN, looking for check-ins. Call now. Whiskey 3, Papa India Golf, N2ZGN, go ahead. Roger, this is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, and I can just barely manage to pick you up. You were clear when you came in, and you're fading out now, over. W3PIG, do you copy? Negative copy. N2ZGN, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. Kilo Delta 3 X-ray, good morning. Roger, well, we talked to George this morning. It was not the best contact, and poor Tim, let me see, he started things off, but he had 7 check-ins, and I could not hear him until he had just turned it over to, was just turning it over to George. And George was really late at that time, and a little bit later I caught him when he was good. So, and then after that he went right back down, and I could hear LDB. LDB had me at 5.9 plus, and he was only a 5.4 over. Roger Barry, you have a great day and weekend also. Send to ZGN Clear with KD3X, Barry, Lindell, PA. And we are looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. WA2DBU, good morning. I can hear you. Not good.
I just switched over to the vertical. Can you hear me?
Yeah, affirmative. I can still hear you as good as the other antenna. Over.
Okay. Vertical, just playing around. No amplifier, just there for the 100 watts. I'm going back to the dipole, see if you hear anything different.
Roger, go ahead. Dipole is 5.5, vertical is 5.7.
Only dipole.
It does today because signals are getting flipped around in their polarity. Over. And to ZGN, standing by.
Kilowatt 8, Charlie, Sierra, Charlie.
Kilowatt 8, Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, stand by. I've got you logged in. Bill, I'm going to take Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, while your amp warms up there. KC8, Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Name here is Charlie and located in New Martinsville, West Virginia. It's about 60 degrees here, and I missed your call.
Roger, the call here is November 2, Zulu Golf, November. Give me your call once again.
Yeah, the call is Kilowatt 8, Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, and my ECARS 8528.
Okay, let me just run that again because it's not coming up for some reason. It's Kilowatt Charlie 8. Charlie, Sierra, Charlie. Stand by. Okay, I've got something going on here that's causing a problem, so I'll have to wait till that other thing pops up. Anyhow, okay, give me your ECARS number again.
Yeah, you got my call wrong. My call is Kilowatt 8, Charlie, Sierra, Charlie, and ECARS is 8528.
Okay, as soon as my computer gets done what it's doing, and I'm looking at that right now. See see what's going on here, and I'll get you logged in. And very good. Have a great weekend. And we'll. Okay, I think it just cleared. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, what the heck is going on? It's being slow today. Okay, okay, Charlie, I got you now, and very good. We've got you in the log, and take care.
Okay, I wanted to tell you, your buddy you were talking to, he was a lot stronger here on the dipole.
Yeah, it's in the atmosphere, depending on where you are and what antennas you're using. I'm seeing differences with how the polarity is affecting the antennas. So that's what's going on today. Have a great weekend. Clear with K8, Charlie Sierra Charlie, New Martinsville, West Virginia. We've got Tim in the log. And Bill, you got the amp warmed up?
Yes, sir. Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United. Right now I'm on the vertical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I'm on the dipole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And for grids and levels, I'll switch over to the 40-meter beam, see what that does. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor Uniform. Now, over.
You are not going to believe this, but all three 5.9 solid.
Not much difference on the trainer?
Nothing at all. However, you just came up to 5.9 plus 5 this last time. But the 3 times before on each individual antenna, you were 5.9 solid.
Wow, and this thing is working pretty well receiving. Alrighty, thanks for the time, and I'll talk to you about 2 minutes before the top of the hour. WA2DVU.
Roger, Bill. Have a great day. San Tuesday, clear with WA2DVU, Bill out of Cape May County, New Jersey. And we are looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. Kilo Bravo 2, Hotel Sierra Oscar, mobile, go right ahead. Roger, Bob. Well, you're not quite a 5.5 signal. You're about a 4.3, 4.4 type signal. And on this antenna, on the other antenna, you were real close to 5.5, but a little bit less in signal. So Mother Nature is having fun today. Over. Yep, audio is no problem to copy, and I'm not hearing any squeaks, squawks, or anything like that, so no RFI, over. Roger, 7-3, Tuesday, Jen clear with KB2 HSO. That's Bob out of Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. Mobile, and we are standing by for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now.
Uniform Hotel.
Full call sign, please.
Alpha Bravo 8, Uniform Hotel.
Okay, we got Alpha Bravo 8, Uniform Hotel. Anybody else? Okay, Wayne, go ahead.
Well, thank you for picking me up there. I've been listening for a little bit there, and the conditions haven't been really good, but the guy would check on the antennas there. Tell where I'm at. I'm down here in West Union, West Virginia, and the vertical and the beam were exactly the same at about 10 over, and the other antenna was probably about, I don't know, it was a 5x5 copy. I couldn't really tell on it, but it was about half of what the others were.
Yeah, Roger, I had all three. It's unusual. I had all three exactly the same. And normally you have a 20 dB degradation between vertical and horizontal. Vertical being 20 dB down due to the pattern. So, radiation pattern. But Mother Nature's throwing us another curveball, over.
Yeah, you're fluctuating big time there. From the time you started, you dropped off 50% there, but you're still about a 5x5 at the best. So this is way down here in West Union, West Virginia. We got a little bit of sunshine, and it is 64 degrees, excuse me. And we're going to have a nice day down here. And I hope the waves happen up there where you're working the frequencies that it improves instead of gets worse. So before I lose you, I'm going to be listening for a while. But this is Alpha Bravo 8 Uniform Hotel, Wayne down here in West Union, West Virginia. Thanks for being there.
Roger, Wayne, you have a great weekend and take care. Send to VGN Clear with D8UH Wayne, West Union, West Virginia. And we are standing by for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. You do not need to be a member. All are welcome. Call now. VGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. Kilo Bravo 9, Mike Zulu Kilo, stand by. Any additional check-ins for ECARS, over. Okay, good morning, Dave. Go ahead. Roger, well, that's it's not raining up here, although there's a slight chance. And I'm watching a young red-tailed hawk outside on the power lines. He's looking for some food. And otherwise, it's just a little chilly up here. It's right around 49, 50 degrees, going up into the upper 50s today, and about the same tomorrow. However, next 4 or 5 days looks like we're going to be moderating into the low 60s and no rain. Yeah, Roger, it looks like if it happens, they said the same thing for up here last weekend, and it was totally off kilter. So we don't know, unless you'll never know what the weather's going to be until the data that gets here, and that's pretty much how it's going. Anyhow, have a great weekend. Take care. Clear with Cape. By the way, you came up from a 5.4 to a 5.7. You might have even hit 5.8. So, band might be improving a bit. Send to ZGN. Clear with KB9MZK. Dave, Scranton, PA. And we got him in the log. We're looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now.
Is the frequency in use? 51 Bravo, Charlie, Charlie.
This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf, November. Net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. K3JTA, good morning there, Tim. I tried to check in with you this morning, but I couldn't hear you until you turned it over to George. Well, actually, I'm copying you better on the secondary antenna than I am on the normal. You were right down in the mud. When it went over to the other antenna, you were good and clear, over. Okay, well, you're 5-5 on my regular antenna. Stand by. Okay, give me a count now. Roger, but your signal went way up to 5-8, over. Apparently not, over. Roger, US 7, Jim and George had 11, and I'm at 10 right now. So that's what it's been like, over. Jersey Station. Yes, I have. I'm not familiar with the location, but I have heard of it. Yeah, Roger, very good. And yeah, that's that Hudson area. I think that boy, it goes back into can't remember what nationality that would be. I used to know, I can't remember. But anyhow, that's good, and yeah, that whole area down there is some gorgeous area, farms and stuff down along the river. So take care, and we'll catch you later, and see if I can at least tie the previous leader over. Yes, okay. Roger, Tim. Take care. This is again clear with K2JCA Tim, your PA of our fellow net controller. And switching back to the other antenna. Okay, this is N2ZGN looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. November 2, Zulu Golf November, Net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. All are welcome. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Looking for additional check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS. Looking for check-ins. Call now.
WA2DBU.
WA2DBU, boy, have you dropped in power. You're down around 5.3 right now, over.
Okay, I'm up to on the dipole now. How's that sound?
That's 5.9, over.
Okay, hang on. Okay, is this any better, Jerry?
That's 5.9, just like the last one, over.
All right, let's stay here. That's interesting how all that changed. Oh, well, I'm ready. Are you?
I'm ready, and I ended up with 10, and I'll be back at 1.
Okay, see you at 1 o'clock. This is Whiskey Alpha 2, Delta Victor. Your active name is Bill. The QTH is Gateway, New Jersey. The control for ECARS from now until 1300. When checking in, please use full call signs with normal phonetics to your call over.
Whiskey 1, Mike Alpha
Delta Victor United, looking to check-ins for ECARS, over.
Whiskey 1, Mike Alpha Echo.
Real light one. I think it had alpha on the end. Try it again. Holler into the microphone. Give you a little more power if you can. Over.
Whiskey 1, Mike Alpha Echo.
Okay, let's see what we can do here. I got a Whiskey 1 Mike. Try it again.
Mike Alpha Echo.
Was that Whiskey 1 Mike Alpha Golf?
Echo. Echo.
Can you hear him, Jerry? Whiskey 1 Mike something. We're trying to get in 10 or 15 minutes. The band is really broken out.
QSL.
This is WA2 Delta Victor United, not control for ECARS. Seconds, over. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United ECARS. Check in, over. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United ECARS 7255. Check-ins, over. Okay, you're Q5 right now. Give me your call again. The Kilo Delta 2, I think. Try it again, over. Alpha something Foxtrot. Alpha Delta Foxtrot. Okay, I'm going to change the antennas a sec. You're about a Q3. This is WA2D28, copy. I think I doubled with you. Delta 2 Alpha Delta Foxtrot, copy, over. This is WA2DVU. Copy me now, over. Okay, that is really broken today. Appreciate you checking in, Bob, and we'll talk to you again soon. Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United. Looking for check-ins, over. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United looking for check-ins. Over.
K1P with Honey. WA2DVU from K1 Tango Whiskey Hotel, K1P with Honey.
This is WA2 Delta Victor United. Check-ins for ECARS. Over. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United ECARS 7255. Looking for check-ins. Over. I hear a QRP station in there. Band conditions are bad. You're going to have to give me a lot more power or holler into the microphone. Try it one more time. Call letters phonetically. Over. I got a Kilo Delta 2 Victor Romeo Zulu, I think. Is that the call? Okay, Bob. Whoops, nope. Jeff up in Geneva, New York. I think you said you're running 4 watts. That's amazing. Not hearing anybody else today. It's really quiet. I hope you have a good afternoon. You're about a Q2, Q3, over. Bob, I think Jeff, I think you turned it back to me. Yeah, the band's really quiet. Don't see anything on South Cars or Mid Cars. Whiskey Alpha 2, Delta Victor United, check in ECARS, over. This is WA2 Delta Victor United ECARS 7255, looking for check-ins, over. This is WA2 DVU, ECARS 7255, check-ins, over. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Vicky Lighted ECARS. Check-ins over.
WH2DVU, K1T with honey.
Oh, K1T with honey. Yes, sir. You are about Q3-4. You're the strongest signal I've heard this morning. Over.
I hear you, Bill. And it's somewhat one way because I've been hearing you all along. But there, about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, when I called in, you didn't hear me. I'm pushing 300 to 400 watts here, and we've got a nice-looking day at the moment. And boy, the band conditions have been laughable for at least the last 3 days. Over.
Oh boy, yeah, that's what I've heard. I just switched over to a different antenna. Am I any stronger now? Over.
You're a bit stronger, yes. Yeah, you're a bit stronger, and hopefully you're hearing me a little bit better too.
Yeah, very strange. Normally I work the net on a 40-meter dipole, which seems the antenna to go to and put out fairly well. This week I installed a Hustler 40-meter vertical, which obviously shouldn't be doing as well as a dipole, but today it is. Your Q5 on the dipole. Go figure.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's great to be able to change from one antenna to another. I've got the two antennas here, but it's for the one antenna, 74-foot piece of wire goes to the radio on the porch, and then this off-center fed dipole is all I've got to use here on the 897 in the guest room. So although I have two different antennas, I'd have to run out to the porch to check the other one. Over.
Oh, there you go. But at least you have the antennas. I like to experiment with antennas. I've been through a bunch of them, and it seems the old faithful, the dipole, cheap and dirty antenna works most of the time the best. And then we have these $500 to $1,000 antennas that DX Engineering and other people say, hey, it's the best thing since ice cream. And some of them I did not have too good luck with. But, oh well, it's fun. It keeps us out of the bars, and it's cheaper than a boat. Over.
It's a lot cheaper than a boat, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, it does. It took a while here, first couple of years. Actually, the first couple of years I was at this trailer park, I was running the remote down out of my daughter's house before she moved to Texas, and so I had tried and true antennas over there, but when she moved, I had to figure out how to hide wires and still get them to work. And it was a few years of experimenting before I settled in on what I'm using right now, Bill. But that's not to say, as the band conditions change, some other configuration wouldn't be more optimal. But if I can't hide the other configuration, then I can't use it. So I'm using what I can, and it's working. Over.
Hey, there you go. Just for grins and giggles, I put the 40-meter beam on you. It's up 60 feet. It's just a dipole, rotatable dipole on the Mosley tri-band beam. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Does this make any difference?
Actually, I think you might be a little bit weaker, but, Bill, with the band being the way it is, it's hard to say. Over.
Yeah, I'm swinging it around. You're up in Mass. It was over to the south, northwest. I'm coming around to the northeast, or where am I? 10 degrees, about northeast. What's this doing, over?
Still about the same, Bill. I didn't see much change. You're a little bit weaker than you were on, I guess it was the 4BTV, the Hustler. But, it's band conditions, over.
Yeah, you were stronger on receive on the beam, but I guess transmitting wasn't that cool. Now I'm back on the vertical, and I'm going to leave it alone for a while. You have a good week, Tom. It's a beautiful day down here, 61, sunny, no wind, and tomorrow going up to a ham fest about an hour away at, where is that? Long Beach Island, I believe. Haven't been up there for a while, and see what kind of recycled stuff that was probably at the Malaga Ham Fest last year and is going to be at another Ham Fest, over.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I've got no room for stuff. I see stuff. When General Radio Supply was in Camden, my father and I were running a TV and electronic service company partly when I was in college. And Able Service Company used to go down there. They had a Mosley CM1 receiver. It's the only electronics that Mosley marketed. And I would just eyeball that radio, and I saw one used for a reasonable price, but I have no place to put it. But boy, I'd like to have one just to stare at it some more, over.
I remember that when I was in the service, like 1960 to 64. I remember when that came out, and I was kind of eyeballing it also, but of course didn't have the money to buy it, and it wasn't inexpensive. And I think what might have turned me off on it, that did not have an RS stage in it, did it?
No, I don't think so. It was all 6 U8s. And I think the first stage was the triode was the oscillator, and the pentode or tetrode was in that combination tube was the first mixer, and that was it. So 75 and 40, you're fine, but depending on your antenna on 20 meters, you might miss with a tube unit. You might very well miss the RF amplifier, and then above that you would for sure. But it was all 6 U8s if I remember. It was 6 of them or 7 of them, and I had used that in a home brew receiver, but I could never get the B plus down below about 275 volts. So when you put the 6 U8s in there, they would glow blue in a couple of months. They would go gassy because they were being pushed too hard. And there was no way for me to. I had no center tap on the transformer that was the power supply, and 230 volts or 220 volts before you rectified it and filtered it. And that's all I had. That was the only transformer I had. I had sold that from a television.
Wow, you took a real slow 30-second fade, went down into the mud and came back up. I hope you're copying me. That's interesting. Hey, it's ham radio. It's just fun fooling around with this stuff. With the vertical, I put up 16 radials on the ground. Let's say they were 30 feet long, 16 of them, and laid them across the back 40 and then held them down with wire hairpins. You know that drill. And that works out pretty well. In about a year, you can't even see where the wire is, over.
Absolutely. Yeah, and 16 is not a bad number. That splits up the circle pretty well, and they always say more is better, but it depends on the soil. At this point, it's a return on investment analysis. If you have good soil, relatively good conductivity, then having the 16, you might go to 32 of them, and what if you gain a quarter of a decibel? You're out all that money for the copper bill, over.
Went down to the fade. It should be coming back up by now. I did mark the circle for the 32 radials, And I might play with that in a year or so, or the end of the summer, and just see what's going on with it. I have tons of wire. Used to have a sound system company, and I've got tons of wire that works out pretty well. And it's just the time involved. It took, 2 hours to cut them and put them in the ground. Closer to 3, I guess. But at least it was a nice day and there were no mosquitoes. Over.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, Bill. Yeah, well, depending on the soil, there might be a difference between 32 and 16. On the other hand, it may be so small that you can't measure it. But you don't know until you try it. That's unfortunately the antennas. No matter what it looks like in the books or on the computer screen, until you put it up in the air and try it at your particular QTH, you don't get the full picture. Well, have a great day. I'm glad you were able to hear me some with all the band fading and everything else. I'm glad I turned the amplifier on. WA2DVU K1T with Honey.
Wow, you're up to 10 over 9 now, and then you fade down to the noise. My noise level is about what is it today? About a S6, S7 or so. Sure like to get it down lower, but each antenna is running about an S6. I'm going to have to float around the neighborhood again and see if something is not right with the interference setup, interference tracking stuff that I have, because it used to be about S2 or so. Oh, well, I guess that's the price of all the solar and solar panels and stuff. The normal background range, the local background noise, even out here in the sticks, is getting worse. 73 Tom, pleasure talking with you. Over.
Okay, real good, Bill. Good as always to touch base with you. And I hope some other stations, I hope there's a few out here someplace that you can hear. But it is really, it's been a difficult day for the net controls. While I could hear of them, and I went to several different SDR receivers, several of the Kiwi receivers in the New England and Virginia area, and it was just bad conditions. WA2DVU, have a good one. I hope more check in. K1T with Honey.
73 Tom, have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United looking for check-ins for ECARS. Your call, please. Over.
Victor Echo 3, Sugar, Kilowatt Delta. Victor Echo 3, Sugar, Kilowatt Delta.
Oh boy, we're going to get you in here. Victor Echo 3. Holler into the mic. You're about a Q2 to Q3. I need your suffix. Just send me your suffix phonetically a couple times. Over.
Victor Echo 3. Victor Echo 3.
I think I have figure 3 echo. Try the last 2 letters.
Victor, Victoria, Echo 3, Sierra, Kilowatt, Delta.
Oh boy, I've got Victor Echo 3 I have. Could it be Sierra, Delta, Kilowatt?
Kilowatt, Delta.
Hey Tom, could you hear him? Victor Echo 3, I'm sorry I cannot copy you. The band is really broken, as you probably know, but I appreciate you trying. Try again in 15 minutes. Maybe things will change. It's had like a 15-second fade, and it comes and goes. Try again a little bit later. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United. Check-ins, ECARS.
Whiskey Alpha 1, Mike Alpha Delta Portable.
Portable. Hey, WA1MAD. Let's get you in here before we lose you. Right now, you're about a Q3, Mike. What's going on?
Well, we just ran a portable running on a 20-foot POTA mast sitting at a little bench by a bridge. 10126, by the way, in case you didn't know that. But I just wanted to check in with you. You've got a great signal in here, and I also could hear the Canadian station, but I didn't write his call sign down. Sorry about that. WA1MAD, back to you.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, I've been playing tennis today. I don't know if you heard my discussion. Normally, I work 40-meter dipole, about 60 feet. That's the antenna to go to most of the time. This weekend, I put up a Hustler 4-band vertical, 40 through 10. And, of course, I have the beam that's 60 feet. Most of the time today, I've been using the vertical over the dipole. And with you, I just turned on, switched over to the beam, and he came up to Q5. So that's kind of amazing conditions today. Have a good week, my friend. What's going on? Over.
Well, I'm going to try to play some radio maybe over the weekend. Not too much right now. My wife and I might have a couple of chores, and it's going to rain tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. But always good to talk to you, and thanks for running the net. WA1MAD. I'll say 7-3 for now.
Okay, 73 to you, Mike. You have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you again soon. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United looking for check-ins. Over.
Whiskey Bravo 8, Sierra Uniform Delta.
You hear that station that just tried to check into you?
No. If you hear, I heard something, but if you heard him, give him a call and just tell him we said hi, and I'll listen along.
Yeah, I don't know. The station, I think it was, I didn't write down your uniform had it in there. The call with uniform in it, are you hearing me?
There was a call with uniform in it. Give another call. Give us your call again. Over. Nada.
Nothing on this end either. I guess he vacated the premises.
Yeah, the fade is getting worse. You went down into the mud, and when you first called me, you were almost S5 or 6. Oh, well. Hey, thanks for that. Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United ECARS. Check-ins. Over.
Kilo 8 Delta Sierra Sierra.
Delta Sierra Sierra. We have you, son of a gun. Hey, Ed, you are Q2 to 3. What's up?
Well, band is kind of wanky, I guess, or wonky, or whatever you describe it in a technical term. Yeah, this is KADSS Ed in Midland, Michigan, where it's a sunny day and about 57 degrees, headed up to the mid-60s, I hope. And don't get on ECARS very often, but tuning across the band, I heard some activity, so thought I'd try to check in. You're good copy here, but not very strong. Over.
Okay, this is WA2DVU. We've been having a lot of fun with the band. You're number 5. You are the strongest signal we have at about an S9. Everything else is in Q3 or 4. 500 and 600 miles, according to the logging program. Everybody else has been about 200 to 300 and very rough copy. Right now I'm talking to you on a Mosley Pro 57, which has a 40-meter element, but it's just a dipole, with basically a rotatable dipole. It's pointed toward the west. The other antennas were a 40-meter vertical and a backing up. I'm on a 40-meter dipole, which is running, by the Q5 40, the verticals of 4, the 3 and 4, and the beam isn't doing too good. Really crazy stuff for 40 meters, but hey, share radio is fun. Over.
Yeah, it sure is. And, your Q5 copy and running around an S8 to an S9 here, but looking at the band scope, I don't see too many other signals on the entire band. So congratulations on doing that. And can I get your call sign again? I was going to put it in the log here. I think it's the Whiskey Alpha 3 Delta something. This is KDSS.
That was close. Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United. On the scope wall actually is South Cars. They're not too strong. I'm running an Apache 7000 SDR rig, and that has a pretty cool receiver in it. Running about 1,300 watts on that AL82 amp. So we're putting out a bunch of pretty decent signal. How much juice are you running?
Yeah, very good, Bill. By the way, WA2 DVU. I had the Delta Victor United okay. I just messed up on the number. But Bill, they're in Cape May, New Jersey. I'm running about 450, 500 watts with ACOM 1010 amplifier, and the antenna is a double bazooka inverted B for 40, up around 45 feet. So that's the rundown here. And I see that last time we talked was February the 27th here on ECARS. So it's probably been that long since I've checked in. Over.
Yeah, that's what I had here. The logging program showed that date, and comments were operating remotely from Dayton. How about that?
How about that? Well, that's how that sometimes works. But really glad to hear you there this afternoon, Phil. And your signal is extraordinary considering the band conditions, that's for sure. I was on a CW net on 40 meters earlier this morning, down around 70-50, and we had fairly good propagation. We had not the usual number of check-ins, but about three-quarters of the usual number. But things were degrading as time went on. That was in the 7 o'clock time frame. So, well, I'll let you go back to work there, Bill. Thank you very much for letting me get aboard, and we'll talk again soon, hopefully. Have a great afternoon. WA2DVU from KADSS.
Hey, it's NJ2US here. Just came up to a solid 10/9, which is a pretty strong signal for here. PGH is Cape May, New Jersey, which is the home of the United States Coast Guard Basic Training Center. Talk to you again. Don't be a stranger to ECARS. Anything else, over?
No, other than the fact that that Anon rig you got always just sounds fabulous, and of course, but you know that by now. Have a good one, KDSS.
Yeah, and I've had the Anon for 2017, checked NJ2US, and we both bought ours at the same time. I've been real happy with it. Took a while to get it equalized for my Foghorn voice, and I'm using an RE27 electric voice mic, which is usually overkill, but it's something that works for me. 73 and we'll talk to you soon. And that change Whiskey Alpha 2 Delta Victor United ECARS 7255 looking for check-ins, over.
Whiskey 8, Romeo November Echo.
Oh my God, R-N-E, man, you are barreling in here too. I guess, let's see, how many miles a year? You're, well, you're 400 miles, and Midland, Michigan was 600. That is long. They really are long. You're my sixth contact.
Wow, man, you're working hard there, Bill. 54 degrees here along the lake, and not too bad out. The sun was out, but I think it's clouding up. I don't know if we're getting any rain or not. I haven't really looked, but it's still a little chilly here.
How close are you to the lake?
Roughly about 200, 250 yards.
Oh, well, you don't have problems with flooding with it?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'm actually very dumb with my geography. What lake is it?
Lake Erie.
I was going to say you're wrong. No, Lake Erie. Is that free?
It did this year. I think it was like 90% frozen, but it didn't last long.
Well, do they stop shipping on that lake, or is that some of the other lakes further north?
No, they close Lake Erie down in the wintertime. If there's ice on it, they'll, I'm assuming they do, like they do the other lakes. If it ices up. If it doesn't ice up, then they're shipping.
Oh, kind of interesting. I guess that helps us like me with Delaware Bay a mile away, the Atlantic Ocean maybe 2 miles away, and I'm 10 miles north of the end of New Jersey, which is actually Cape May, where the Delaware Bay and the Atlantic Ocean meet. My elevation there is about 15 feet, so I've got a pretty good ground system over.
Oh yeah, you're pretty close. I think the elevation here, as far as from sea level, I want to say is like 630 feet.
Wow, what do you do for water? Do you drill a well, or do you have to get city water?
Oh yeah, we have city water here. It's just a small little town on the lake. Everywhere, you'd have to go pretty far south to get to do well water.
Now we're lucky here. I've been in this home for 30 years. When I bought it, I had a shallow well in it, not knowing how old it was. And I was thinking, boy, I'm going to have to get a new well soon. And the water is really good. You know, it's got to run next well, but not like the wells that you have to get. You have to get a deep well, 70 or 80 feet now, which is kind of big bucks. I think they're going for about $5 or $6 grand if you're lucky. With the shallow wells that only went down, I guess, 20 feet or so, they were pretty cheap. But still, it still keeps sucking good water. And I guess they use the stainless steel well pipe because there's not no rust yet. But that can be a real problem. Talk to you next week, Rick. You are louder than you usually are. That's amazing, over.
Yep. Yeah, it's just you're running right around 5 over S9, between 9 and 5 over S9 here. Running right around 750 watts right now.
Yeah, that's sounding really good, and it looks excellent. It looks excellent on the scope. It always has. Talk to you later, Rick. Stay well.
Yep, you too, Bill. Have a good afternoon. Have a good weekend, my friend. W8 RNE.
V3's Whiskey Alpha 2, Delta Victor Alpha. Whiskey Alpha Figure 2, Delta Victor United. Slow down, Bill. I'm all excited. We've got 6 check-ins today for my session. Any other check-ins for ECARS, over?
Whiskey Oscar, 3 Oscar.
Sounded like we had 2 resets, maybe. Pick one, over.
Whiskey Oscar, 3 Oscar.
Sugar, Kilowatt Delta.
Aha, Victor Echo 3, Sugar, Echo Delta, maybe. Try again.
That's Sierra, Kilowatt Delta. Sierra, Kilowatt Delta.
VE3 Sugar Joe Delta and the Magic Ball sends up David up in Ontario. Right now, you're Q4 to 5.
Yeah, you're booming in here now. You're a strong 10 over 9. My station at Perry Sound up there, you know.
Yeah, I've got you Q4 to 5, just about. The band is broken. Your number, what number are you? 7. That's seven check-ins today for ECARS, and normally I have about 25 to 30 by now, but that's 40 meters, and that's ham radio. Over.
Very good. Well, I know you have somebody else sitting there waiting to get on, so I'll say 7-3, sir, and we'll try again maybe next week sometime. We're leaving to go home to my home PTH tomorrow, so we'll be back up here to Perry Sound in a couple weeks.
Have a good trip, and we'll look for you next week. The other station trying to check in? I think you said recheck maybe. Over.
Whiskey Oscar, 3 Oscar.
Oh boy, down in the mud again. Give me the call phonetically, slowly, 2 or 3 times. Just the call. Over.
Whiskey Oscar, 3 Oscar.
Sorry about that. Nothing heard. Try again in a couple of minutes. This speed is real long. It takes about 30 seconds for the band to come back up. WA2 Delta Victory United check-ins ECARS.
Whiskey 3, Mike Charlie.
November Echo Juliet. Wow, where have you been? NEJ. I've been on for maybe 2 weeks. I haven't heard from you. Been okay?
Yeah, not too bad, Bill. Not too bad. Band conditions haven't really been in my favor, so I find something else to do. Over.
Hey, I don't blame you. You're not tied to a chair for half an hour or an hour with running a net. You can just turn it off. You are strong. 400 miles, Q5, probably the second strongest today. Everybody else has been about a Q2 to 3. What's going on, Terry?
Well, you're S9 plus 10, and I'm making about 550, 600 watts. So, yeah, not much going on up here. I don't even know what the temperature is. It's 54 degrees, no rain. So, nice day to be working on something outside. Over.
Oh, yeah, same here. 62 and clear, no wind. Beautiful. Take care, Terry. We'll talk to you later next week. Anything else?
Nope, I got nothing else, Bill. We're just, my lawnmower, I broke the belt on my lawnmower deck, so I thought, well, I might as well just go and play radio for a while. So thanks for picking me up, brother. You're sounding good. And like I say, S9 plus 10. So, yeah. Okay, have a pleasant weekend. See you later, VE3 NEJ.
Do you have to remove the mower deck to change that belt, or can you do it when it's on the machine?
I can do it when it's on the machine. They recommend you take it down, but I take a couple of brackets off and fire the belt back in and put it back together. And yeah, it's a little bit harder, but I get it. It's a lot more work taking the deck down. So, and it's hard enough working with 2 legs, but I got 1 leg that doesn't like to kneel. So I'm usually working on 1.5 legs to get around it, and then I put everything back together and go. Yeah, got to work with what I got, Bill, and that's the way I do it. It's not recommended you do it that way, but I can get the belt on and it works. Over.
Oh, that's good. Everything's working okay with it.
Oh yeah. In fact, I fell asleep with it on last night and woke up this morning, and it feels as good as my own leg, just that it won't kneel. That's all.
Oh, wow, that is so great, because I know when you first got it, you were having a bunch of grief with it. Yay! Talk to you soon, Terry. Talk to you next week.
Okay, Bill. Be good. See you later.
WA2DVU ECARS, check-ins over.
Whiskey 3, Mike Charlie Echo.
NJ2US, wow, you're doing well. Anybody else? Over. The afternoon call. Now that is crazy. The man is. Why did you come in here? Bear with me a minute. Bingo, there it goes. Boy, it's slow. You're 300 miles. Okay, the band is long. You're number 9. Everybody has been about that I've tried to get in as long has been about Q2 to Q3, and a lot of people I can just know they're in there. The best station we had was Midland, Michigan at 600 miles, and then Terry sounded good from Kistler, but the band isn't broken with a real slow fade. But you're doing well. What's going on?
Well, good afternoon, Bill. Yeah, just got back from physical therapy, and I had prostate cancer, and they removed it there, and so now I got to go to physical therapy to strengthen up the bladder muscles and all that stuff, and been doing that, and hopefully I only have to go one more time, and should be good to go. So I've been doing that for about the last 4 weeks here, and things are looking up anyway. And it's kind of an overcast day today. Broken clouds. Sometimes the sun comes out. Sometimes it's cloud is over. But it's 60 degrees, so we're happy about that. Not bad at all out there. A little bit of a breeze, but nice day. I guess we're going to have some rain coming here later. But other than that, everything's looking good.
That's great. Hey, perfect. We have a good therapy section down here. Just a couple of months ago, I started having a pain in my left ankle. I went to the doctors, and he says, you got tendonitis. So he goes up to the ankle doctor. The ankle doctor said, go to therapy. I had flat feet. And what we're doing is I had flat feet, went to therapy. The first examination they said, you won't like a duck. No wonder it hurts. So they started doing some exercises, and then one of the gals said, you got to change your shoes. Get Brooks, BROOKS, walking shoes. Went over and got a pair of them, and instead of walking like a duck, the feet are straight backwards and forwards. They don't hurt anymore. Boy, they are smart. And continued therapy for another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then everything has been cool. And there's like 10 people that work in the third department, and they're all of them are wearing Brooks shoes, so that's pretty cool. Weather's beautiful here, 62 and clear with no wind. You have a good day, Carl. Anything else, over?
No, not at this time. Just sitting back here and enjoying the net here, Bill. So have a great day, and we'll be talking to you here soon. 73 W3MCE.
73 to you, Carl. This is WA2DVU. Hey, I'm done. I'm going to finish lunch. Jerry, are you back? It sounded like a real weak leaving station. Holler into the mic. The band is broken. Try it again phonetically. Over. I'm sorry, Lima. I cannot copy it at all. Maybe Jerry can copy you. I think he's my roommate. Everyone have a good afternoon. I'll talk to you again on Monday. WA2 Delta Richard after now.
WA2DVU and 2ZGN, I got you down as number 1, and I did not hear that station either, over.
Okay, hey, really cool, man. Van started to pick up with Michigan for 600 miles. He was Q5 loud, and the rest of the stations, 400 miles, 400, 400, and 300. They were all Q5, but boy, what a horrible start, over.
Yeah, Roger, I heard you talking with Tea with Honey, and I could just barely hear him, and by the end of the conversation, he was fairly decent copy, so I think it started there. But anyhow, have a great weekend, over.
You bet. Here, Terry Lee up in Kingston, he's like 400 miles from me, so I guess he's probably about 200 from you.
He owes me a new speaker, over.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He owes me a new speaker, over.
Oh, yeah, he owes you a new speaker. Yeah, he does pretty well. And he's working on his lawnmower today. All right, have a good weekend. Talk to you on Monday. And go to Hanford tomorrow. And hope not too much stuff follows me home. Usually it's the same stuff that I've seen at the last messenger and Hanford, so I just can't move it over.
Yeah, Roger. Well, have fun, and we'll be thinking of you. And 2ZGN, we'll stand by now for anybody with a schedule to keep, urgent traffic, over.
I got 9 seconds.
November 3 Whiskey Victoria, Bravo.
Out to George by 1. Oh, well, we'll see what we can do here. Send 2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. And we'll be your net control, and that is N2ZGN, Jerry in Peru, New York, far northeast corner of the state of New York. And we'll take it up to 129, and then we'll close her out. And, let's see. When checking in, please use the full call sign with the standard phonetics. It's 8 ITU or the military phonetics, one time only. And let me know if you're mobile, portable, or QRP. When I start running a list, please do not try to barge in to check in. Just going to ignore you. And if you do have emergency traffic, just indicate that you have an emergency situation. That will always take priority. If you need to contact somebody that's on, or you believe is on, just say contact. We'll get you through as soon as possible. If you hear somebody I don't, just say relay, giving me your call sign phonetically at the end, and we'll go to you for the relay. This is N2ZGN. First call up is going to be for mobile, portable QRP only. Call now. Okay, nothing heard there. So stations from any area, you do not need to be a member to check in. Call now.
November 3 Whiskey Victoria, Bravo.
We got WVB. Anybody else? Over. And we have AXJ. Anybody else? Okay, November 3, Whiskey Victor Bravo. And it looks like first time contact. Give me your preferred first name and where you live, over.
Yeah, not a problem. My name is Chuck. Charlie Hotel Uniform Charlie Kilo. Chuck, we're in Lake Tomahawk, Ohio. Can you give me a Roger? I want to make sure I got your call right. November 2 Delta Golf November. Is that a Roger?
Negative. November 2 Zulu Golf November. And I show you Negley, Ohio. Over.
Yeah, that's it. I'm outside the town of Nagley in a place called Lake Tomahawk. Nagley's our zip code.
Yeah, Roger. Okay. Yeah, that's what we usually go by. That's what good old QRZ does. Thanks to the FCC. And it's I'm going to put Lake Tomahawk so I can get that all in there. And very good. And it just fit in. How about that? Okay. And what are you running for equipment, over?
Nothing elaborate. It's an 847 Yaesu here at the lake house, and the antenna is a center-fed dipole at 35 feet. Nowhere near anything elaborate in comparison to our Pittsburgh home. But not a problem. We just want to give you an additional check-in. Have a great day. Take care. We appreciate what you're doing. 7-3 from November 3, Whiskey, Victoria, Bravo. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, Roger, you too, and you had a good 5.8 signal in here, and let me just get you checked in here and see what the mileage is. 446 miles, so very good. Have a great weekend. N2ZGN, clear with N3WVB Chuck, Negley, Ohio, and he's at Lake Tomahawk. Yeah, it's Lake Town. N2ZGN, okay, next up, get him cleared out of there. KA2, AXJ, and let's see, stand by one. Okay, AXJ, give me your call sign one more time. Something didn't go right. Okay, that's it. Static crash must have... Okay, Bob, go ahead. Roger, there is practically no short skip today, and if you're not in ground wave, you're not going to be heard close in. So, and I've got you at about a 5.8 right now, over. Okay, there is 140 KC up from us. That's a commercial station, and it's in and out of there. And then there was one down about 60 KC, so same thing. So have a great weekend, and we'll catch you down the line, over. Clear with KE2 AXJ, Bob, out of Northfield, New Jersey, and that clears that list. We'll stand by for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now.
Whiskey Oscar, 3 Oscar.
Okay, we got 030. Anybody else? Over. Okay, Oscar, go right ahead.
Good morning to you, and good morning to Jeanette. Anybody can hear me out there anyway. Running the old Hot Water 101 here, still messing around with it, getting things tuned up. Go ahead.
Well, that Hot Water 101 sounds very good. 5.5, over.
QSL, yeah, it's putting out about 100 to 125 watts, so that's about all they ever did. Go ahead.
That's affirmative. When I was in Civil Air Patrol, I had the W18, which was a crystal version of the single bander, and that's what we usually put out. Was about right around 120, over.
Yeah, QSL. I'm planning on getting an interface to the amplifier, but that takes a little more work with the old radios. Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. Even with the new radios, it takes a little work when you're going to the old amplifiers. I had to build up a relay that actually I purchased it, but I built up a second one as a spare, and did that. I should say I turned that around. I built one up that would work, and then I got the made up one, which was a lot smaller, about a fifth of the size, and to go into the AL811, and it's worked perfectly. And this is the old 811. It's the one with the open frame relay, and one of the old GE master relays. So they're pretty hardy over.
Yeah, QSL. Well, the problem is here, my amplifier is a solid state. It wants to only see 20 watts of input, so that's a little difficult. I have to pad that because the radio doesn't really have a gain adjustment except for the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, a lot of those old radios didn't have a gain adjustment. So, very good, Oscar. You have a great weekend and take care. We'll catch you down in the log. Over.
Roger that. We'll let you move along. WO30.
This is N2ZGN clear with WO30. Oscar out of Delmont, PA, and we've got him in the book, and we'll go on and see if we get anybody else. N2ZGN for ECARS. Call now. Well, I heard a station check-in, trying to check in, started out pretty good and then went right to the mud. Try again. Kilo 3, Romeo Tango Alpha. Let me get you in here. And, okay, Ted, go ahead. You're a little late, over. Yeah, Roger, you came up a little bit that time. The bands are a little on the funky side today, over. Okay, if you want to check that other mic, go ahead while we got good connection, over. Roger, that one shows a little more bass than mids and treble. Go ahead with the other one. This one's a little less bassy. It's got more mids to it, and it's a little easier to copy, over. Roger, what rig are you using, over? Roger. Okay, very good. I've got the Mark II G in the car, and it works fairly decent. Very good. Have a great weekend and take care. Send to ZGN Clear with K3RTA, Ted, Newark, Delaware. And he's in the log, and we're looking for additional check-ins for ECARS. East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call now.
Victor Echo 3, Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot.
Okay, we got Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot. Anybody else, over?
Whiskey Alpha 3, Charlie, Whiskey Alpha.
Whiskey Alpha 3 station, give me your suffix again.
Charlie, Whiskey Alpha.
Okay, you dropped right down, and once more, over.
Charlie, Whiskey Alpha.
Okay, we're going to take you first. You're a little bit on the light side. Okay, WB3, or Whiskey Alpha 3, I believe it was. And let me see what we've got here. Charlie, Whiskey Alpha. Bill, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Navigator Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. ECARS number is 30708. And we have about 53 degrees here today with a few scattered showers trying to come in. Over.
Yeah, Roger, we're at 50 degrees, and it's looking like we could have some showers. Actually, it looks like we got some virga coming out of the clouds right now, which is rain not hitting the ground, but we're supposed to have maybe a light shower this afternoon.
Yes, and here we're getting a few scattered sprinkles right now. Over.
Yeah, Roger, very good. Have a great weekend, and thanks for checking in. Then to the again, clear with WA3CWA, Bill, Pittsburgh, PA. And we've got him in the log. And next up is going to be Victor Echo 3, HXF. And Gordon, go ahead.
Hi, Jerry. Good afternoon to you and to everybody on frequency. 40 meters has been really up and down over the past few hours, but you're a good 5-9 here. Located in Bracebridge, Northern Ontario. Beautiful day. It's sunny, a few clouds in the sky, but 52 degrees, a little on the cool side. Anyway, you sound very good here. Using an ICOM 7300 into a dipole.
Roger, well, this is the 7300 running about 45 watts into an AL811, roughly 550 watts into a off-center fed dipole. Over.
Very good. How high is your off-center fed dipole?
About 24 feet. Over.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm using just a homemade fan dipole for 40 and 20, and it's up about the 20 feet, I would think. Anyway, Jerry, don't want to hold it, but you do sound good here. 7 feet, have a really good weekend.
Roger, I got you 5-6 that time, so have a great weekend. Then to the Gen Clear with VE3HXF, that's Gordon, Bracebridge, Ontario. And this is N2ZGN looking for additional check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. All are welcome. Over. I heard something in the background, but I didn't get it. Try again. Yeah, it must have been from out west. Nothing heard that time at all. Then to ZGN, looking for additional check-ins for ECARS. East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call now. N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-in. Call now. This is N2ZGN, net control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-in. Call now. Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS. East Coast Amateur Radio Service, call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for additional check-ins. Call now. This is N2ZGN, Net Control for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service, looking for check-ins. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November. Looking for check-ins for ECARS, East Coast Amateur Radio Service. Call now. This is November 2, Zulu Golf November, looking for check-ins for ECARS. Call now. November 2, Zulu Golf November, there was a station in there calling, try again. Okay, India Zulu, I believe that's KI4. Okay, Jack, go ahead. Roger, yeah, the band is very finicky today, Jack, and I copy your mobile, is that correct? Roger, you came up a little bit that time. Yeah, it's kind of a bad day today, over. About the same, over. N2ZGN, have a great day and stay safe out on the roads there. And clear at KG4IZ, Jack out of Parkton, Maryland. And we'll get him in the book and we'll stand by for additional stations. Over. We got Oscar Zulu Yankee, standby 1. Okay, Victor Echo 1, Oscar Zulu Yankee, and we'll see. Appears to be a first-time contact for me. Your preferred first name and where you're located. Over. Roger, Miles, I've got you, I see you're located in Newport Station, Nova Scotia. What are you running for equipment, over? Roger, you're 5-5 into Peru, New York. Let's see how far that is from you. We're showing 475 miles distance, over. Roger, very good. You have a great weekend and take care. We'll look for you down the log, over. Roger, clear with VE1 OZY Miles out of Newport Station, Nova Scotia. I got time for one more check-in, maybe two. Call now.
Foxtrot 1 Lima.
Whiskey Foxtrot 1 Lima. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. This is Bill over in Dover. We're located over Delaware, just off the Air Force Base. We've got a beautiful day. 51 degrees, and the relative humidity 31%. And we've got just a small breeze that's ruffling the trees a little bit. And just enjoy it. It seems like 40 meters is finally saving us out of the family really well without any attenuation knocking down pilots that are faces down. So, I'm glad to be able to finally settle in and start the game. This would keep on one Lima. Over.
Roger, Bill. Very good. You're 5-8 here. Yeah, it's behaving a little bit better. I had 10 in the hour right before noon, and I've got your number 10 now, and we've got to shut down because we've got another net coming up just below us. So this is N2ZGN net control. We're clear with WF1L, Bill out of Dover, Delaware. And this will end ECARS 4 today. ECARS will be back tomorrow at 0800. And everybody have a great weekend. And remember, keep clear of the frequency for at least an hour so Central State's traffic net can have a peaceful net. N2ZGN clear.
That's the first time I've talked to you that I couldn't get through to ECARS at all earlier.
Roger, Bill. Yeah, 7-3, N2ZGN.
KA8YOR. Hello, radio. This frequency in use. Calling into PEP, KA8YOR. VE3NEJ, VE3NEJ, KA8YOR. is KA8YOR. Calling N2PEP from KA8YOR. VE3NEJ from KA8YOR. This is KA8YOR.
KT3GT3. Hey, Phil, can you hear me? N3HCY, this is KT3GT2.
Oh, very good, Joe. I heard that we had communication between us anyway. That's good. Go ahead and say something else and tell me how you're doing. KT3GT2.
KT3GT2. For some reason, the sound is coming out of the radio, not my headset.
Say again, what's that?
For some reason, the sound is coming out of the radio, not the headset.
The static is coming out of the radio, not the headset?
That's correct.
Well, that's good. You have the headset on, but your headset's not hooked up to the telephone.
But the sound is not coming out of your headset. And if you're talking to me, you're very low.
Well, I will be low because it's not one way.
This is KC3 VCP.
Oh.
Roger. Roger. KC3 VCP out.
Whiskey Alpha 8, Mike Delta.
Testing 1, 2. Okay, 1 at Parsi.